Hello YouTube, it's Trilladero. Welcome back to another live stream. Just gonna double check everything is running. Alright. Hey Cindy, welcome back. Good to see ya. Took a couple minutes because it was running a script. Because I haven't played it in a while, so that, and I slept until 12 o'clock. Oh boy. I had some wild dreams last night. The one, I was moving into like a dorm, and it was like there was like beds all over the place. Like the room was just full of beds, and I picked a bed, and then someone came up and was like, "Hey, this is my bed." And then one thing led to another, and we ended up smoking weed. And I was like, why am I doing this? But then the other one was, had a girlfriend, and she was trying to get me killed or something like that. Like, I was trying to get away from her. And it was like, just really weird. Like, I had to like create photo evidence of me being somewhere so that I wasn't criminally charged or something like that. It was so weird. Like, the weirdest crap ever. Like, I don't even know. But that's what happens. It's, you never know what's gonna happen when you go to sleep. It's kind of bizarre. But anyway. I did have some instant noodles before I went to bed. I was up watching a stream, and it was probably like 3 o'clock in the morning before I went to bed. So I wouldn't say instant noodles are weird, but there's definitely some weird stuff in them. Plastic food. Oh yes, delicious. I'm trying to cut back on some of the weird stuff I eat. Like, I was eating Jello, but I find it's kind of weird. The witching hour. Yeah. I usually stay up till about 1 o'clock, and I usually get up earlier, but yeah. Today I was extra tired. Excuse me. But, yeah, I'm gonna keep my headphones off because, Mom should be coming back at some point with, groceries, and I'll need to be able to go and get those. But we're pretty close to, our goal of 10 years. It's the 10th slate, mid-spring, 109. So we have, it's the second month. So we'll probably get to the 10th year today. Yeah, this is stream 11. I'm not sure what we'll do after we reach that point. Gotta remember how to play this. I mean, one thing we could do is, okay, yeah, she has day school, right? She's doing it at home. Is that why you're back? after this week. Okay, no worries. That's no big deal. I can find other stuff to do. I might start a different game. Yeah, no worries. Okay, that's cool. It's good that she's working on getting her stuff done. You know, it's funny. Last night's episode of Psych. Oh, that's new. It actually shows you what the grid size is in the corner. Psych's episode last night was about a spa. So they went to a plastic surgeon's place, and Spence's dad Henry was hitting it off with the doctor. She went on a date with him at one point. But yeah, one of the people was a massage person. It was his wife that was murdered. And I was thinking about your kid. I was like, oh wow, I wonder what kind of weirdos she's gonna meet when she's doing massages. I've never had a massage before. I don't really care to have a massage, but I don't do anything, so I don't really need a massage. And but I've been to the chiropractor, and I found that, like, yeah, it helps, but not doing stuff that puts you in that state is way better. Back knee? Oh yeah. Mr. Pimple, Dr. Pimple Popper, right? Well, in Psych, they had their clothes on with a sheet over them to get the massages done, which is kind of funny. Good to see that the hippie elves are still here. This is a glitch, apparently. It's a glitch in the game where stuff will spawn and just stay stuck on the corner. It's a glitch. You can get something called Dwarf Hack to get rid of them, but I didn't think it was that big of a deal to have elves hanging out nude in the corner. I think it's kind of funny. But this game has had a couple of updates since we've last played, so that's why it was taking a while to fire up. I could have just slept for the rest of the afternoon. It's been tough getting up lately. I've been super tired lately. It's been, tomorrow it'll be 9 weeks since I've smoked weed. And I've been craving it. I was sick a couple weeks ago. I don't think I'm sick now. I think it's definitely wanting to smoke weed, because like that stuff is like stimulating to me, and the medication I'm on has depressive side effects, which sucks. Like I don't go crazy, but I'm tired. And it's not like depression, like emotion depression, it's physical depression. It has like a name for it. Dyskinesia or something like that. Or I'll look it up. I can just do it on my computer. Tardive dyskinesia can augment depressive symptoms. So, yeah. It's just one of those things. But it's fine, you know. I don't really crave weed that much. It's just one of those things where like, oh, it'd be nice to smoke something right now. But I don't really need it. I feel better in general without it. Once it gets past like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm usually pretty much awake. But another thing that my medication does is it lowers your absorption of caffeine. So I drink coffee and it doesn't really wake me up. And I bought some energy drinks to try because the streamer I watch is always drinking Monsters. I think he gets them from Costco. And I drank a few of those. I drank 3 energy drinks in one day, and I was like, whoa. It gave me really bad gas. That's when you were over. Caffeine pills? Maybe, but like I tried the energy drinks, and those have like 3 times the caffeine of a cup of coffee, and they didn't do anything. Didn't make me feel any more awake. So I think it's just one of those things where I'll just have to get used to it. Like if I hadn't stayed up so late last night, I would have woke up earlier. But I also like the dreams that I have. Like they're weird, but they're really entertaining. Like the other dream I had, I was in a psych ward, but it was like a basement. And I was eating steak, but it was like weird steak. Like it wasn't like a slab of meat. It was like different pieces of meat stuck together into one piece. So there's a lot of weird gristle and stuff like that. But yeah. Then I was making out with some chick. I was like, oh wow, this is exciting. Yeah. Oh man. But the thing about dreams is stuff can feel more real than... Oh, I'm paused. Stuff can feel more real. The old Nora swing. Jeez. That makes me feel old. Because I wasn't even alive then. Yeah. Some places are just... They're not very good to be. At the General? Oh, yeah. The one that got knocked down. Yeah, those old buildings are super creepy because they're not very hospitable. Like, the psych ward that I was in, there was 3 wards, and I've been in all of them. And, the last one I was in was, like, there was a room for movies, so you could watch movies. And that was pretty cool. But the other 2, they're pretty basic, except for the TV sitting areas. But, man, like, the thing that freaks me out about the psych ward is the people that are in there. Because everyone's typically on their best behavior because they want to go home. But they're also on their... Oh, they went in? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, those old government buildings are super creepy. They're just very sterile. Like, when those buildings were built, people were all dressed up in suits and stuff like that. They didn't wear colorful clothing like we do now. Like, I saw a video of, it's like a car accident in, like, the 1920s. The guy drove into a wall, gets launched out of the car, bounces off the wall, and lands on the street. And then everyone comes to go check on him. And everyone's wearing suits. It was very, very black and white, which is kind of funny. Like, everyone wore suits back then. They didn't have colorful clothes. And, just living through that would have been insane. Like, the Depression and all that stuff where people are eating, like, crackers for dinner. And then you have World War I and World War II. Like, that's why people think we live in a terrible day. Like, yeah, a lot of bad stuff happens, but the thing that's amazing is the internet. Like, I've been watching these streams. They started popping up in my feed of Muslims praying. And there's like a... kind of like a pedestal in the middle. And they're just walking around this thing over and over and over again. And I'm like, wow. Yeah, mock apple pie with crackers, yeah. Mom's talked about that before. But yeah, like these Muslims are just walking around this thing and it's like just a sea of bodies. And I'm like, wow, that's kind of interesting. Because like when I walk around, like, I think a lot when I walk. It's like... processing thoughts. So if you're just walking around praying the whole time, I could see you getting supercharged with religion. But it's just different because, like, Christian churches, you just sit down and you listen to a sermon or you pray or whatever. But these Muslims are like just walking around this thing, and you just see them all these tiny people just walking around this thing, and they're just praying the whole time. It's just interesting. Like, if we didn't have the internet, we wouldn't be able to see that stuff. There's a game that just came out. It's called Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. And it takes place in Bohemia, which is like the Middle Ages of Europe. And the first time your character, it's like you're playing a character, his name is Henry. And the first time Henry meets an African person, he's like, "By the gods, Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you, man?" And the guy's like, "Look, I've told 100 people this thing, okay? Have you not heard of Axum?" And they're like, he's like, "Oh yeah, the priest told us about that." He's like, "Did they not tell you that we look different?" And he's like, "Well, yeah, but I thought they were just stories." And the guy's like, "Well, now you know, okay?" It's pretty funny. Like, that's the way people were. You know, you didn't really know any better. And, I mean, Mom said when I was a kid, like a baby, when I was able to walk, like, African people scared me because they just looked different. I don't remember that. I don't have a problem with them now. Like, I find, different people very interesting. But it's like, you know, when you're a kid, you're very innocent. You don't really know any better. So, yeah. And then, like, African people freaked me out. But since then, I've known a lot of them, and they're just different, you know? Like, people look different. Like, especially within your own race, right? Like, think of my family. We all look different. Some of us have certain features that are similar, like the eyes and the mouth and stuff like that, but, you know, we all look pretty different. But, it's just different with other races. Like, they have different sets of features. So, like, indigenous people, right? The typical Indian has like the big nose and the big wide face and all that stuff, and some people believe that came from the indigenous people mixing with Vikings, because Vikings came like over 1,000 years ago, and we didn't really know about that until we found their settlements. And before that, it was like, oh, Christopher Columbus was the first one to discover America. It's like, no, that's not true. Like, the thing about crossing the ocean is people do it all the time. Like, think of Polynesia. Like, all these little islands, and somehow they were all settled by people. Because people could sail, they could row. Well, they rowed, right? They used paddles. And they could just go anywhere. And they knew how to navigate by the stars. And it was just like, damn, you know, people can do that shit. And yeah, they still do it today. And it's amazing. Like, now we use GPS. And, yeah, it's just really crazy. But yeah, mock apple pie. I wonder how that works, because I'm going to look that up. Because it sounds interesting. Crackers, sugar, cinnamon, and pie crust. Boil the crackers. Sprinkle with cinnamon, spritz with lemon juice. Looks pretty damn good if you ask me. Holy cow. I don't know if they had sugar and stuff like that back then, but yeah. I mean, we just have so many options today. Like, think about the dwarfs. They have to eat whatever they can find. I mean, we have, like, what kind of stuff do we have? Donkey meat. Sturgeon meat. We have a ton of donkey meat. Water buffalo meat. Red squirrel meat. Monkey meat. Oh, some of the monkey meat got used up. But yeah, like, Mom's mom. She used to eat kidney. And she enjoyed it. But then when someone told her, hey, you know what kidneys are for? They're for filtering out urine. And she never ate them again after that. Which is kind of funny. I kind of feel like we've steadily gotten grossed out by a lot of stuff. So now we eat things that are full of processed ingredients and chemicals. One of my favorite snacks is applesauce. So I get unsweetened applesauce. You can get like a 6-pack of big jugs from Costco. And it's just really good. I've always enjoyed applesauce. But like, to eat an apple, I'm not a fan of just eating an apple. Like, apple pie is really good if it's cooked enough. Oh, what's this? The screen just went black for a second. Yeah, but like, trying to eat more decent stuff. Like, try to stay away from like candy bars and drinks and all that kind of stuff. But they keep on bringing out new stuff. Like, they have orange cream Coke, which is really good. And Pepsi cream soda. I bought some Pepsi cream soda from the corner store. And that stuff is really good. So I'd like to have more of that. But since my brother is on a health kick, his doctor told him he had a fatty liver. He's been cutting out sugar and cutting out junk food from his diet. So we had like 7 bags of Doritos that he wasn't eating. So he gave them all to me, and I ate them. And there's some new Doritos out right now called Magic Masala. It's like Indian flavor. And they are super spicy. Holy cow. Like, you eat one bowl, and you're like, oh, I could go for a few more of those. And then halfway through your second bowl, it's just super hot and gives me crazy gas, too. But they're delicious. But yeah, I'm trying to stay away from Doritos. So I get Tostitos and salsa. But the thing is, Tostitos have like some kind of calcium stuff added to it. And salsa has weird stuff added to it too. So it tastes really good, but there's just stuff in it that's, you know, processed. But I've tried homemade salsa before, and I didn't like it because it was like too tomatoey. Like I eat Tostitos salsa, and like that stuff is really good. But like, I don't like raw tomatoes, which is kind of funny. Like, I eat salsa, but tomatoes is just gross to me. Let's get the dwarves doing something. Let's smooth out all these rooms. I'm not sure what more we can do with this. I mean, we have 17,000 food. It's the taste of the tomatoes. I don't mind the texture so much. Sometimes you get a piece of tomato that's a little tougher than the rest. And sometimes you get the piece of rolled up skin, which is kind of gross. But it's the taste. Like, the taste of a raw tomato is... it's super juicy. And I don't like it. It's just weird. But, like, tomato sauce... like, especially the tomato sauce from Subway. Like, when we get subs, Mom gets a cold cut, Adam gets a tuna melt, and I get a pizza melt. And the tomato sauce they put on the pizza sub is just super tasty. I really enjoy it. When I was a kid, I didn't like it because there was chunks of tomatoes. But now, I don't mind the chunks of tomatoes. Yeah, the texture doesn't bother me so much. It's the flavor. I'm not really a fan of the taste of raw tomato, which is kind of funny. But love tomato sauce. Like when we eat spaghetti or pasta or whatever, I eat that. I'll eat the chunks of tomato. Or like chili. I like chili. Trying to think of what textures do bother me. Like dried fruit. I'm not a fan of dried fruit. Like dried mango or dried whatever. I find that kind of gross to eat. Not really a fan of it. It tastes okay, but I'm not too fussy about the texture. I like onions too. Like there's onions in salsa, but I'm not a fan of onions. Like my dad cooks onions and garlic like every single day, and I'm kind of off of it. And like onion rings. No two onion rings are alike. Like some use thin slices of onion, which is great. Like Harvey's onion rings are really, really good. They're mostly batter, so there's not much onion to them. But the really gross ones, like A&W onion rings, are breaded, not battered. And they're like these thick slices of onion that are not fully cooked. And I find that really gross. Like the texture of an onion is similar to the texture of an apple. I like apples, but I don't like onions. Even though that stuff is good for me, it's like, I want it to be fried food. Fried, like, absolutely fried. Man, fast food is in a pretty sorry state these days. Every time we get Wendy's now, we're like, oh, this is kind of gross. Wendy's used to be really good. But now everything is like processed. Like even their buns are processed. They put protein powder in their buns, which makes them stiff and full of protein. But it's just so that they can jack up the nutritional value of their food. Because their meat is nothing special. Like the thing about burgers from a fast food joint is there's no fat in the burger. It's really dry. That's why like Harvey's is still really good, because they grill their burgers on a grill, and it releases the juices, and it's like super good. But Mom makes burgers at home. She just takes ground beef, forms them into a patty with her bare hands, and cooks them. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like most fast food places are pretty bad, but like Harvey's is still pretty good. Burger King can be good. Depends on the day. Like I remember when you, hubby, and I got Burger King, and we all had the shits after eating it. MD's in North Carolina. That sounds interesting. Oh wow, that sounds delicious, because the McDonald's burgers up here are like there's nothing to them. They're just frozen patties that are steamed, basically. They're kind of gross. Full on greasy, yeah. That's what makes the homemade burgers so good. There's a lot of fat in them still. Like, yeah, I know, but food poisoning at BK. Like, that's terrible when you eat something and it makes you feel sick. But, yeah, what can you do? I know, like, America is supposed to be the home of the burger. But, I mean, that's the thing. Like, you can go to one state and it's really good. You go to another state and it's terrible. That's just the way it is. You know, it depends on who owns the place. Because I think most fast food places are franchised now. So, no two places are the same anymore. And I get why they did that. It's to give people control. But it also makes the company lots of money, too. But sometimes stuff is better, like Tim Hortons. I used to really love their farmer's wraps when they had the egg patties. They were egg and onion patty, just like a yellow patty. And you could put like 30 of them on a tray and cook them in the oven, and you could restock really quickly. But then they switched to freshly cracked eggs, which don't taste anywhere near as good as the pre-made patties, and you can only cook 6 at a time. And I hate cracking eggs. It's one of my least favorite things to do because it's just messy and annoying. So I would not want to work at a Tim Hortons again. That would be terrible. Oh, speaking of fast food, yeah, Taco Bell. Holy crap. Like, that place has fallen on hard times. When Mom was sick, she's still a little bit sick, but she's gotten better. She's got her appetite back. She took me to Taco Bell, and I bought a bunch of burritos. And they're just small things, like, they put like one little scoop of meat in it, and that's it. That's all you get. And they taste good, but holy crap, like, my stomach hurt after eating them. I mean, I remember Taco Bell used to be really good, just like all the other places, but the it's like the cost goes down and the quality goes down. Or no, the cost goes up and the quality goes down. Because it's like $5 for a chili cheese burrito. They used to be like $3. Now it's like $5 for one. So it's just weird. So I got them all smoothing the stones just to put them to work. And when we have 248 of them, most of them are happy, which is great. But this will make them happier with their rooms. So we can even put engraved artwork into the smooth wall. We can do that after we're done the smoothing process too. That's what's kind of nice about this game, is you just sit back and relax and watch them all do their thing. Are they still brewing drinks? Yep, they're still brewing drinks, which is great. Oh, one thing I'm excited for is for Mom's birthday, we're gonna go to Red Lobster. I'm gonna take her and Adam out for Red Lobster, and I'm looking forward to that. I love Red Lobster, not because of lobster. I've had lobster before. I think it's kind of gross because of the texture. Like, I got lobster from a grocery store. They like take it out of the tank and they cook it in the thing. And then you take it home and you gotta like crack it open. And that was probably the most disgusting eating experience I've ever had in my life, was cracking open a lobster and all the juice is just everywhere. And the meat is like very bland. That's why they give you butter to dip it in, because that's the only way to give it flavor. It's not that good. But like shrimp and scallops, I absolutely love those. Yeah, the one in NF. Haven't been there for a while. Like, the last time I was there was when I was living with Brett and Vicky. So you know that was a while ago. We went and had all-you-can-eat shrimp, which is great. That's probably my favorite thing to do. Because like the shrimp pasta is probably my favorite. Then the coconut shrimp and then the breaded shrimp are really good. The garlic shrimp, man. It's all good. It's all good stuff. Then, Mom's cousin is going to take her to the keg, Lori Smith. She's gonna take her to the keg, which is great. I was gonna take Mom to the keg, but then she came and said, "Oh, Laura's taking me to the keg." So I'm like, "Okay, great." Because I wanted her to try it out at least once, because she's never been there before. Like, I've been to the keg, but on dates with my girlfriends. And it's okay. You know, the thing about steak is, I can cook just as good of a steak at home as I can get from a restaurant. Like Brett. Brett used to barbecue steaks all the time when they were cheap. He'd marinate it in Italian dressing, then he'd grill it on the barbecue, and then he'd finish it with garlic butter. And those steaks were just as good as the steaks from the keg. Like, the thing about steak is it all tastes the same. It's what you do with it after you cook it that makes it good. So when I cook a steak, I salt and pepper it after I cook it. Because, like, when you put salt on it before and you cook it in a pan or you cook it in the oven, the salt doesn't really do anything. Like, the salt is when you're cooking on a barbecue. And I haven't had a barbecue in years. It's just been too cheap to do it. So putting salt on it is kind of pointless. Because, like, oh, you make a crust, right? Well, you don't really need the crust. Because that only flavors the outside of the meat. So, like, putting salt and pepper on it after you cook it, like, that's the best thing. Especially pepper. Like, I love pepper. I think it's one of the best spices. It's super simple. And it's really satisfying, especially with beef. Like, Mom makes minced beef and gravy. And she just cooks the ground beef in a pan, then she adds gravy to it and cooks it in the gravy. And I like to put it on a slice of bread. Make a hot beef sandwich. And then you finish it with pepper, and it's super good. Same with roast beef. That's one of my favorite things that Mom makes is roast beef and Yorkshire pudding. And the Yorkshire pudding is super good. Like, there's different ways of making it. There's also things called popovers, which are basically Yorkshire pudding, but it's American. And they do different things, like put jam on them, which is really good. And yeah, like, I love the Yorkshire pudding. It's just a super basic thing. It's like 3 eggs, a cup of milk, a cup of flour, and I think 1/3 of a cup of water. And you beat it with beaters, and then you just cook it in the oven, and it's really good. Yeah, definitely looking forward to Red Lobster. Yeah, and you know what? The funny thing about Yorkshire pudding is it changes depending on your setup. Like, when we lived on Vine Street, the oven there, she would make the Yorkshire pudding and it wouldn't puff up. So it was like these little cakes of Yorkshire pudding. And those were really good. I quite enjoyed those, but she didn't like them that way. She wants them to be puffy. So the oven here, they puff up. They get almost fried, so they're like crispy on the outside, and they're basically empty in the middle. So Adam likes to put meat into his Yorkshire pudding and eat the whole thing like that. I just eat the Yorkshire puddings straight up. I could eat like a whole tray of them. And it's funny, I saw a video many years ago. This kid in the United Kingdom, he had an eating disorder. And all he would eat is Yorkshire pudding. That's all he would eat. So his mom would make him a tray of Yorkshire pudding every day. And that's all he would eat. And they're like, oh, is he getting enough nutrition from this? They're talking about it. And he had a girlfriend too, and she's like concerned for him. But like, I've known people with eating disorders, and they usually come from a great deal of stress. Like, I know a guy who would only eat pasta with butter. That's all he would eat. And he ended up dying. I don't know from what, but he ended up dying. Yeah. Pretty sad. But what can you do? Like, some people just suffer. That's all they do. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the stream. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the stream, but it's probably on your end, Cindy. Oh yeah, so Yorkshire pudding, really simple to make, but it's delicious. Like, that's the thing about eggs is, like, on their own they're kind of gross, depending on how you cook them. But they can make a lot of interesting things like cookies and Yorkshire pudding and all that kind of stuff. Like, the eggs are the essential ingredients in a lot of different recipes. And that stuff's pretty good. They're still leaving boulders in their bedrooms, which I find kind of weird. Like, you'd think they would haul them to, maybe I need to make this bigger. You're back? Okay. Because there was some dropped frames. Yeah, if I look at my broadcaster, it's being weird because, like, I have it set to 8, but it keeps dropping. Yeah, I find when you're watching on your phone, sometimes it can not connect. Like, when I used to stream, before I got my second monitor, and I used to stream on my phone, like, people would send chats, and they wouldn't show up on my phone. So that was kind of annoying. But most people don't chat on my streams anyway. Like, most of the time it's just you. Like, I haven't been streaming that much lately because I haven't really felt like it. The thing about streaming is it doesn't really get sent out to a lot of people. So, like, my videos, when I upload a video, it's usually like a few people that will watch the video right away. But it takes maybe like 2 or 3 days before it gets sent out to a lot of people. Like, and it'll only recommend your videos as long as new people keep watching it. So if new people don't watch your videos, it'll stop sending it out, and then it'll stop. So that's what I found. Like, when I was uploading every day, you'd get like 20 views here, 50 views there, 100 views there, and then if you stopped for like a week, like I didn't do anything last week, it just stops. So your views go from like 100 a day to 1 a day. So if you're not making new content, YouTube doesn't recommend you to anyone, which kind of sucks. So you have to keep uploading content. That's kind of the way it's designed. Like, some people have been doing it for years, and they're not really at a point where they're making money off of it. Like, I remember my first Dwarf Fortress stream, I had like 100 views in 1 day, which was amazing, but then there was no more views after that. So a lot of people, they just do stuff until they do something that gets a lot, and then that's all they do. And that's the thing, like, I should just play one game and stick to one game, but I don't want to do that. So I'm basically shooting myself in the foot. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the broadcaster. Well, it just, YouTube won't send it out. You know? Like, I could probably look this up right now. I've only had 18 impressions so far. There and back again, A Hobbit's Tale. Yeah, I don't know. YouTube is not the greatest thing in the world. Like, I watch it every day. But to do it, like, to get to the point where people show up all the time, like, I'm nowhere near that point yet. Because, like, even though I have 81 subscribers, those people will watch a video, they'll subscribe, and then I don't even know if they watch anything else after that. Like, I remember Sean used to show up for all my streams, but I haven't seen him in a long time. 82? Oh, wow. Oh, thank you, Max Jackson. That's kind of funny. I just checked to see if the stream was being sent out, so I guess it is. Yeah, it's been a little bit laggy today. Thanks. I appreciate that, Max. Yeah, it's just one of those things you have to do it every day. And like, that's why I kind of prefer to do a variety of stuff so I don't get bored. And, like, I love Dwarf Fortress. Everyone's on their computers. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's why I can't really stream a lot, because I'm not the only person that uses the internet here. Oh, nice. I appreciate that. Yeah. Like, have you ever watched Blind? Some of his forts are pretty weird because he just got bored of doing it orderly all the time, and he just makes whatever now. But he's a Canadian streamer, and he streams exclusively Dwarf Fortress. So, yeah, I'll show you the rest of my fort. Oh, you only play the ASI? So this is a work order right here. This is the smooth a rough wall and smooth the floor. So I'm smoothing out all the stone in their bedrooms to make it look nicer. So once you smooth this out, you can also engrave. Yeah, I'll see what it looks like with the ASCI. Yeah, it just highlights it. That shows the work order is to highlight it. Yeah, just to have them doing something. I don't really micromanage this. It's pretty much running itself. Oh, someone died. Yeah. Saxel. Okay, we need to build him a slab. Yeah, occasionally a dwarf goes crazy and will refuse to eat, refuse to drink, and then just die. Yeah, I agree. Like, depending on which format you're familiar with, like if I watch the ASCII, I have no idea what I'm doing. Well, if you've been playing it for 10 years, the game has changed a lot. Like, a lot since then. Like, Cindy and I tried to figure some stuff out, and what we found is that a lot of the stuff is obsolete. So, like, there's a thing called the quantum stockpile. I tried building a quantum stockpile here, where you use a minecart to dump everything onto a pile. But I ended up making one just on its own, right here. Oh wait, they moved all that stuff. Yeah, I'll show you the area I'm in. I picked a really nice spot. Here's the world map. So we are right here. So we're between a tree, a forest, and a river. So we have lots of trees, lots of plants, so we have tons of food. We have a river, which gives us fish and mussels. Built a bridge here to get to the southern part of the area. And have a wall here. When I first got here, we had monkeys, gray languors, and they were stealing all our stuff, so I put up a wall, and now the monkeys can't get in. We've been attacked a couple of times. Once by a minotaur, which for some reason occasionally the minotaur's blood will show up around here. It'll just spray all over the ground, and we killed it. And then here's my first stockpile. I had to keep filling in holes because occasionally the grass will give way and create a hole, so I had to plug those up. And then this fungus came from when we dug into the caverns. So it's completely overtaken the dirt floors of my fort. So if we go down, yeah, once we get to the cavern lair, I built a little alcove here, but you see this floor fungus, right? Oh, who are these people? Troglodytes? Oh, troglodytes are coming into the cave. Are they hostile? Okay. It overwrites the soil and then stuff will grow there. So if I go back to that, yeah, you see like this floor fungus here, all of this stuff grows, and you can harvest that. You can harvest some of this stuff for food. Okay, I'm gonna have to deploy the military. So I would say fungus is a good thing because you can get plump helmets. Plump helmets you can turn into food or you can turn it into alcohol. I don't know where those troglodytes went. Nobody appears to be fighting. Okay. They don't seem to be hostile. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about it. Okay. So yeah, so like once you dig into the cavern layer, the fungus will spread. But yeah, it just gives you stuff to harvest, which is great. Like look at all these gather points. Oh, nice. Stole all your picks. That's pretty funny. Yeah, that's something that you really have to watch out for in the early game, because once people start migrating, they bring their own equipment. Like all these animals that we have here, it's quite deceiving, like, just how many animals we have, because they're taking up the same tiles. But if I look at the list, just look at this list. Okay, my broadcaster is lagging. Okay, good, I'm back. Alright, so just look at this list of animals. These are all our dogs and our cats. We have reindeer, we have water buffalo, we have cows, turkeys, a goat, more dogs, a ewe, more cats, ton of cats, more cats, even more cats. Then we have these yaks. We have water buffaloes, ton of water buffaloes, ton of donkeys. Like, look at all those donkeys. And then these are all the babies. So every time the migrants come, they bring animals with them, and you just end up with a ton of them. It's kind of insane. This is the only fort I've made so far. But, yeah, the guy named Blind, he did a fort where he went to an evil biome. And the rain is, like, brown. And when it rains on people, it turns them into zombies. So his one dwarf was turned into a zombie, and they caught it in a cage. And once they caught it in a cage, he released it underground to fight these bat people. And the one zombie killed like 100 bat people by himself. Yeah, yeah. Like, he's the one that got me to play Dwarf Fortress, because like I had heard about it before, but I hadn't really thought much of it. But I was like, okay, well, might be fun to play on the channel, and it has been fun. Like, it's cool setting things up. Like, I'm still pretty new at this. Like, there's stuff like minecart railguns that you can make, and things like that. But I haven't really got to the advanced stuff. Like, even just setting up, like, the labor, right? Like, I had a doctor, and people were being brought to the doctor's office, and nothing was happening. And then I realized I had to create a healthcare job for the doctor to get them to do stuff. Which is interesting. Making charcoal. And like this thing, I still don't really know. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, the zombies are actually quite dangerous. That's insane. Like, we took out a necromancer tower over here, and he sent some zombies, but they were pretty weak zombies. I think they were human and elf zombies. But dwarf zombies can gain skills like a regular dwarf. So, depending on how strong the zombie is, it can be impossible to destroy. That's exciting, though. Like, I'm looking forward to trying out some different forts in this. I kind of want to reach 10 years. That's kind of my goal for today. So, I'll probably reach that in a few hours. Oh, yeah. Setting up the military is kind of tough, too, because, like, getting them to pick up items, like... Yeah, so, like, they have some items equipped, but then they have other items that are not equipped. And I'm not sure what the difference is. Or like crossbows. I tried making crossbows, but they don't seem to pick up the ammo. So I haven't figured it out yet. But I feel as long as you have iron, then they're pretty tough. Like, a lot of people usually show up with their own equipment. Okay, here's the blood I was talking about. Yeah, just random things of blood. Yeah, well, like, I got pretty lucky with the world generation. Because the faction I'm a part of, we're not at war with anyone. Like, there's a ton of wood elves here, humans, and there's all these goblins over here. But we're not at war with anyone, which is great. Because that's usually what'll happen to you, is you'll be at war with the faction. Oh yeah, like I could raid this site. Let's do that. Let's send a couple units to raid that. Yeah, you'll be at war, and then like a huge army will show up and take you out. Yeah, super lucky with this start, because like I think a fisher dwarf is probably one of the most important dwarves for your starting a fort, because like the rivers have infinite food, or the ocean would probably be the same too. A fisher dwarf can feed a whole fort by himself. Like, we still have a ton of food in barrels, but that's the thing. If we didn't have barrels, like if we didn't have the trees from the woods, I don't know if we'd be able to make barrels out of anything. Like, I don't know if you can make stone barrels. If you can make stone barrels, that would be alright. Okay, let's put that gravestone down. No, don't have royalty yet. We have a baron. So Edzul Goose, whatever, is the baron of Chamber Pet. That's a nearby town. And then Fath Idzeg has been our mayor since the beginning. But to get to a king, I think we need to have more dwarfs in the fort. Yeah, the hillocks of Chamber Pet is economically linked to us. Make a request of Chamber Pet. Yeah, let's try that. We're almost done that, and then I'll get them to engrave them. We have so many dwarfs just kind of loitering around. They don't really have much to do. So might as well put them to work. And it looks nicer. But yeah, I could see how it would be challenging to go from the old graphics to the new graphics, because it's just a totally different thing to look at. Like, you get almost visual overload. Like, that's how I feel when I look at the old graphics. It's just like, there's just so much, I don't even know what I'm looking at. But these graphics are really good. It's worth spending the money on it. Okay, we're in the summer now. Whose bones are that? Bash's bones. It's a hassle? Okay. That would be cool. As long as he's in charge of my place. Because, like, it feels like the smaller settlement is in charge of us. I think it also depends on the value of your fort. Because we have some legendary items, like these legendary rings. They're worth 17,000, which is pretty expensive. Like, most of the people that have died here are children. We've had people fall into the well, people fall into the water, people crossing the river when it's frozen and then it thaws and they fall into the water, or they just fall into it randomly. And we've had a bunch of children die because they get a Fey Mood, but because they have no skills, they can't craft anything. And eventually they go berserk and are put down by other dwarves, which is kind of sad. Like, we had a dwarf we called him Lush, the Bard, because he had an affinity for music, but he would go to the barrels of wine and just drink alcohol straight from the barrels of wine. So we called him Lush. And eventually he went berserk and we had to put him down. So, like, I don't know what causes that. Just sometimes your dwarfs get upset and they stop eating, they stop drinking. And having drinking water's important, but it's risky too. Like I put this well here, and people fall into it sometimes. So, like, all this area that I dug this out so I could get their bodies out of the water. It's kind of freaky. Yeah, rest in peace, Lush. I kind of like that you can name your dwarves. Like, I think that's what I'll do when I start a new fort, is give them names so I can keep track of them. The only one that I know for sure has been around since the beginning is Fath Idzeg. Because we made her the leader right away. They're almost done smoothing out those rooms. But yeah, I watch a lot of YouTube too. My favorite YouTuber, his name is Zarek Zakaron. He's typically known for his Elder Scrolls and Fallout content. But last night he was playing Diablo 1. He was playing a mod called Hell 3, which was just released last year. So the game is like almost 30 years old, and people are still making mods for it. So he was playing co-op with one of his friends, Dretch Belmont, who's a Castlevania fanatic. And it's really cool. Like, my first Diablo was Diablo 3 on the PlayStation. And I had a lot of fun playing that. I played the monk class, which was cool. You could use different styles to give different types of attacks and give different bonuses. Basically, the way my monk was built was, as long as I was doing damage to enemies, I was invincible. It was pretty sweet. So, my brother and I got up to a pretty high difficulty level playing that. And It's a lot of fun, but a lot of people say that Diablo 1 and 2 is better. And he was talking about the development of the game. So originally Diablo was going to be turn-based, where, you know, it would be really slow-paced. And someone asked them, hey, can you make it live action? And he's like, yeah. So he just turned it up to 30 turns a second. Oh yeah, digging straight down into the caverns. Yeah, it's just like Minecraft, eh? One thing I saw Blind do was to scout the caverns. He dug a hole into the caverns and threw cats into the hole, and the cats survived by eating rats, and they multiplied down there. There was like a whole gang of feral cats. Yeah, I kind of had to change where I was digging. If I get back up to the cavern. So I was originally digging over here, but it's sort of filling up with water. So I stopped. So I had to dig over here instead. Yeah, it would be nice if they notified you when stuff like that happened. It's really easy to lose track of things. Alright, I'm gonna go grab a beverage. I'll be right back. So is there any other games you're into, Max, besides Dwarf Fortress? I think the only game I've played for 10 years is Total War. Currently into Warhammer 3. But I've played every Total War game that's ever come out except the multiplayer one, Total War Arena. I never played that. It looks like everything's running fine. Okay, we're done smoothing the wall. Now let's engrave. Get to work. So the nice thing about engraving, gives it a little texture. Like if I look at these rooms over here, you see these little faces, those are engravings. And it tells you if you click on engraved in an Assen Annexstein rendition of the Clinch of Trade, a masterfully designed image of spore trees. The image is the symbol of the rack of influence in a local dwarven government. Yeah, and it's all different things. Man. Engraving takes longer than smoothing, but the nicer the rooms are, the more happy they're going to be. So when I started off this fort, we made money by creating mussel shell crowns. Because we had a bunch of mussels from the river. Then we collect their crown, the shells we have here. And then we get someone to turn them into crowns. Yeah, I have a couple crates of them. Just full of crowns. And it's a really good idea to create a trade good when you first start. Because when the trader comes around, you'll want to have something to trade. So mussel shell crowns are pretty easy craft to make. They're pretty fancy. Sometimes the dwarves will put them on and wear them. And makes them look cool. You can make armor out of shells, but it's hard to get the dwarves to equip it. Like, Blind made a video about that where he got them to wear mussel shell armor. Which is interesting. Like, it's a green armor, which is pretty cool. But it's like the worst. It's probably worse than wood. Like, the elves wear wood armor. So that's why I said if you have iron, like that gear is pretty good. I can't make steel because there's no flux here. I didn't really know about flux until after I got here for a few years. But yeah, if you make steel, like, that's way better. But it's way more complicated to make. I forgot about this kern. This kern is legendary. The Osbithit is Demonbaz. The Dwarven language is kind of like Simlish from The Sims. It's a little bit silly. Yeah, I find this game pretty relaxing to play because you just kind of sit here and let it do its thing. You know, people are training. Oh, nice. Yeah, Diablo 3 is great. I had a lot of fun playing that. And Balatro, I saw some of that at the Game Awards. Looks cool. I'm not really into, excuse me, those kinds of games. But yeah, like the Switch. I watched someone play Celeste. That game looks like fun, but I would find it too frustrating to play a game like that. Yeah, I used to game a lot too. I used to play games for like 12 hours a day. And now I'm like a third of that. Like when I stream, I'll probably stream for like a few hours, if that. Yeah, rock crafts are pretty good. Like you could sell rock mugs and things like that. I think what I might do next week is try playing Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode. Plays like an old school RPG, but it could be fun. I'm just at a point now with this fort where I really don't know what else to do. Probably could send them out on a gather mission. Oh, Carpenter is taking a Fey Mood. Okay, who is it? Tobel? Yeah, I've seen the combat. It's really weird. Like, you can attack specific parts of the body. Like, you could say attack their back tooth, and it'll tell you if you have a chance of doing it or not. And you can make different characters too. Like, if you wanted to be a goblin, you could be a goblin, or a kobold, or a human, or an elf, and play within the rules of those societies. Like, for elves, cannibalism is okay, as long as you're cannibalizing other races, which is kind of funny. It's not the first time elves have been portrayed as cannibalistic. And, like, the kobolds don't have a society. They're just, like, a loose group of... They're basically monsters. But occasionally kobolds will show up and try to break into the fort. And as soon as they're spotted, they run away. Oh, petition. Let's see. People want to live. People want to live here. Wish to reside. A guild hall. So we need a minor guild. Yeah, let's make a minor guild. Yeah, there we go. We do have a lot of guilds. Oh, what's going on down here? I've been raided twice. Oh man, those troglodytes got killed. Holy cow. And now they're spreading rot. No, I've been raided by zombies and raided by a minotaur. I don't have any traps. I only have this door. But I could probably figure out how to make one. Cage trap. Okay, so I need to build a cage. Oh, he's using the thing right now. Maybe I can make a stone cage. Yeah, I haven't really been raided much in this because we're not at war with anyone. And I haven't ticked off the elves. Like, occasionally the elves will show up and they'll say, hey, if you cut down too many trees, we're going to have a problem. So, like, they've come to me and said, you're only allowed to drop 25 trees, for example. I don't really care too much about the elves because they don't have much to trade. They don't usually have a lot of good stuff. Like, their weapons and armor are made of wood, which are not very good. And they only eat plants. They don't eat meat unless they're cannibalizing enemies. So, I like trading with humans and other dwarves. AI-powered character. What's this? AI-powered PlayStation characters. I mean, everyone's been using AI for years, so I don't know why that's that big of a deal. I haven't gotten down to magma yet. I'll show you how deep I am. This is the deepest I've gotten so far. Minus 75 elevation. Maybe I'll dig a little bit deeper. I'll dig down to 100. No, not really. Like, occasionally they'll have a caged animal or something like that, which might be fun, but nothing major. Like, capturing animals yourself is usually the best way to go. Obsidian sounds nice. Like, I'm in the regular caverns. It's been pretty tame. Like, we did have a troll come out from the cave one time and take care of business. I'm gonna lock these doors. Oh, okay, once you see obsidian, you're close to magma? Okay, cool. I know if you dig to the very bottom of the world, you enter hell. And it's usually full of monsters, which is kind of crazy. I'll see how deep I can go. Goes to minus 129. Oh, okay, just like Terraria and Minecraft. Can you make anything interesting out of obsidian? Like, can you make armor and weapons out of obsidian? Oh, that sounds cool. Wow, masterpiece prepared donkey brain roast. Sounds delicious. Okay, so the troglodytes did fight with us. That was our cook that went crazy. Do we have anyone making meals? Okay, so it might be a good idea to get our hands on some obsidian. It might be a while before they get to digging these stairs, though. Oh, explosions? I didn't know that could happen. Was that from, like, gas pockets or something like that? Oh, okay. Yeah. Man, the wiki is quite extensive. There's a lot of features in this game that are just totally beyond me. Like, where do our drink barrels go? I think I need to make some more barrels. Yeah, we have a tavern right here. It's called the Eater of Fortifications. All visitors are welcome. We have instruments. Oh, we need a performer. Sweet, okay. Get a human bard to perform on there. We have a lot of humans and elves living with us. We can rent rooms. Okay. Make some rooms. See if I can get them to rent them out. Yeah, I think it was just the dining area before. I didn't have it set as a tavern. So I could probably turn this into a tavern and make them rooms for rent. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, do 12. Yeah, because usually when travelers show up, they just kind of hang out in the place. They don't really do anything. So I'll try and build one of those. So this is temples. These are different temples that I've set up for different gods. People don't really use them. They use this one. This is dedicated to no god. Okay. Oh yeah, look at that. Stored instruments. Okay, let's build some chests. Not really part of the tavern. Just kind of, I put it there for whatchamadoodles, churches. This is these are guild halls. What's this one? Oh, this isn't even a guild hall yet. Turn it into an engraver hall. And down here is my meeting areas too. Oh, I can make them public. That's probably why no one's using them. Yeah, I think I have a chest for them, but I'll double check. Yeah, I have a bunch of chests here. Yeah, 4 chests in common area. Okay, they're starting to get to work on those rooms. Well, yeah, that's the cool thing about streaming, right? Like, people will tell you, like you're telling me stuff that I don't know. Which is great. Yeah, because, like, that's the thing about the bigger streams. Like, if I go to blind and I have questions, that kind of derails the stream, so it's hard to get information on this. And, like, reading the wiki is good. Yeah, Cindy reading up on Reddit for me. We just kind of figured everything out as we went along. Like, this is still pretty basic. Like, I didn't know about the tavern rooms or anything like that, but, like, we were trying to make stuff like quantum stockpiles. Like, I have an experiment over here. I was trying to figure out how to make a wheel work, but it's not even in the water, so I don't. It's not really doing anything. At one point, I ended up flooding the place. Different uses for stone? Yeah, like I don't even know anything about that. Like it's all stone to me. Like I'm pretty sure there's a list of what they do. Lignite makes coke? Okay, yeah. Marble, yeah, if we had marble, we could have made some steel. Okay, is the stairs being made yet? No, not yet. Oh yeah, yeah. There's tons of tabs. It's Y, the labor menu. You go to the labor tab, and then there's work details, standing orders, which is like automatic. Like I had to do this to get them to gather garbage because they weren't gathering the garbage. The kitchen tells you what to make into food, what to make into drinks. And then, yeah, the stone use tab. Other stone. There's other stone. I think you just use... I think other stone is only for crafting. Whereas the economic stone tells you what will make... what you'll make it into. Dolomite. Make steel bars, make pig iron bars. Make chalk, make quick climb. But the wiki is probably way better. I'm gonna have my military train. Oh wait, yeah. So we should have done the raid. Okay, nothing too exciting. We're at war with them, but they're not doing anything about it. Okay, it's midsummer. Do another gather order. Okay, let's check the petition first. Someone wants to live here? Join the party. Oh yeah, there's tons of stuff now. Holy cow. Yeah, this is awesome. There you go. Tons of food. Seems to be the best season for gathering. There is some stuff that grows in the spring, but the summer is way better. Like, tons of gather points. So between those plants and the river, you know, we have infinite food, which is great. Okay, everyone trains. Almost have those rooms dug out. Yeah, it's above the water. So if I try to put down another one, like it won't let me build one there. Place it above flowing water. It's not flowing though. No access to 3 logs. What if I get rid of this? Okay, how do I get rid of the wall? Okay, if I get rid of that, maybe I can place it in this water now. Oh yeah, it has to flow. Okay. So what if I try putting one here? Needs ground or near machine. So what would a machine be? Like a gear assembly? Okay, I need to make a mechanism. Make iron mechanisms. Okay, let's make 10 of those. Yeah, I kind of had an idea of digging out to the river. Okay, yeah, they removed that stuff. Needs ground on your machine. Yeah, I tried it for a bit and I couldn't figure it out, so I just kind of left it. But could try making a windmill. Windmills, okay. What do I need to build it? Just wood, okay. I need to make a millstone, and I need to make a mechanism. Okay, you can chain them together. Okay. And then what would be the benefit of building one? Like, I have a kernstone here. What can I do with it? Mill plants. Okay, pump. Oh, powered minecarts. Okay, that sounds kind of cool. I haven't really built my fort to make use of minecarts. Uh, Probably gonna take a while for it to be built at the moment because I have everyone engraving right now. Okay, so like yeah, I don't know if I can make that there. But I could probably make it here. Yeah, I'll have to check that out to figure that stuff out. I'll probably have to make a new fort to do that because this fort's not really made that way. It's all based around the central staircase. I do have wheelbarrows, though. People have been using wheelbarrows to haul stuff. Okay, because people can have accidents, yeah. Yeah, like, Blind's forts are usually built around ramps instead of stairs. So I'll have to check out some of his stuff. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go make a coffee. And then let them do their thing. Oh, Cindy can call me a noob because she's my sister-in-law. It's all good. So they fight over space? Dwarfs don't like to socially eat? Okay. Miss. Yeah, I'd be worried about doing that because, like, if I dig out the river, like I had this happen before, it just fills with water and fills with water. But like maybe if I do something like this, dig a couple. Well, I don't know if I can dig those holes. Oh, I see. I didn't know that. Maybe that's why no one's using them. So mist. Yeah, I've seen a mist generator in action before, but I'm not 100% sure of how to make it. But yeah, for a new fort. Okay, yeah, I'll have to do that. Okay, how's the engraving going? Almost halfway done. Takes a lot longer than smoothing stone. Until that's done, we probably won't be getting much work done. Oh, it's troglodyte meat. Interesting. I'd like to see how the railgun goes. Apparently what you can do is you can set up a minecart track and you put something in a minecart and you can launch the stuff out of the minecart at an enemy to kill them, which is kind of amazing. Next gen Xbox reportedly set for 2027. Why would they even make a new system? Yeah, trebuchets. You can actually build catapults, if I'm right. Hang on a sec. Yeah, you can build catapults and ballistas. Okay, looks like they built the windmill. 40 power. Okay, so let's build something next to it. I need to make a millstone. How do I make a millstone? Okay, make rock millstone. Okay, make 10 of those. Someone's working on the mechanisms now. Some kids drinking from the barrel. That's the one thing that I've been worried about, is running out of alcohol. We've managed to keep our alcohol reserves up by gathering berries and stuff like that, which is great. Like we're growing quinoa, which you can turn into booze. Berries. More quinoa. Berries. More quinoa. Yeah, more quinoa. So we've been making a lot of stuff. 11,000 plant. Like, it's kind of amazing how much stuff the game keeps track of, because like there's a lot that goes into this. A lot. And like having all those units moving around and doing stuff, it's really complicated. It's kind of amazing this game was only made by 2 guys. Like 2 brothers made this game. But then again, Minecraft was made by like 1 dude too. That's why like the indie game scene is still going pretty strong. Like AAA games have kind of tanked. They're not really making AAA games anymore because they cost too much to make and they have to pay people a lot of money to make them. So yeah, I was going to talk about this earlier, but Diablo, the people that made Diablo 1 and 2, when they were working on the original Diablo 3, which was going to be a sequel to Diablo 2, they got acquired by Blizzard, I think, and they were being mistreated. So they said, hey, if you don't treat us better, we're going to walk. And the very same day, Blizzard had security walk all the staff out of the building. So they all got laid off, like fired, right? So that was the end of the original Diablo 3. So the Diablo 3 that we know about was made by people from the World of Warcraft team. That's why it's a lot different. Like, a lot of people that played Diablo 1 and Diablo 2 prefer Diablo 1 and Diablo 2. They don't like Diablo 3 or 4. I like Diablo 3. It's a bit more of an action game. Whereas, like, watching Diablo 1, vanilla Diablo 1, you just walk very slowly everywhere. It's kind of really slow-paced. But then once the action ramps up, it kind of gets really challenging. So Diablo 3, they have rolling. And the rolling is pretty helpful for getting away from damage. But, I don't know. I just like Diablo 3 because it has the monk. I really enjoyed playing the monk. Oh, Cindy, so you know how Bro loves Days Gone? Apparently they're porting it to PS5. So, if hubby wants to play more Days Gone, he can get it on PS5. Which is cool. It's kind of amazing that that game still has life in it. Because they never really did anything with it after they made it. Which is too bad. Yeah, here, I'll look that up just to be double sure. Oh yeah, like, a lot of people love Blizzard. Yeah, Days Gone Remastered. And if he owns the original version on PS4, it's only going to cost $10 to upgrade. But if he got it on PlayStation Plus, then he has to pay full price. But yeah, big companies like Blizzard, like, just think of it this way. Microsoft. When Microsoft was first trying to develop its own systems, the employees would work 20-hour days, 7 days a week. Like, Bill Gates was a slave driver. He basically had them working 24/7. Like, they only had enough time to sleep. So sometimes they'd sleep at the office just to get the stuff developed. So software engineers were being turned into slave labor. Now, game companies are kind of the same way. Like, I've worked office jobs. Yeah, made them wear diapers. Yeah, exactly. So, like, I've worked office jobs, and they, oh, okay. I thought you were being serious. Yeah. Like, office jobs are very stressful because you're being watched all the time. So everything you do, someone is watching everything you do. So if you aren't keeping up production, then they'll have a talk with you about your job, and they basically threaten you. It's like, oh, you know, you have to keep producing, otherwise we're not going to be able to justify paying you. So that's why a lot of office jobs have sign-on bonuses. Oh, get $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 if you sign up now. But if you leave within a certain amount of time, you have to pay that money back. So I had an office job where I worked for Facebook, and what my job was to shill their advertising system. And their advertising system worked like this: you pay a certain amount of money, and we promise to show your ads to, like, say, like $500 for 5,000 ad views for your business. Well, you would spend $500, and instead of getting what you were promised, you'd get like 10% of that. You'd get like 500 views. So people would call up and be like, oh, why isn't my advertising thing working? And then we'd be like, oh, it's because you set it up the wrong way. So we'd be like, oh, this is how you do it properly. And it would never work. So Cindy's husband, my brother, knows this because he's used that service, and he was promised like 50,000 views, and he only got like 500. So it's a huge scam. And you can't get that money back. Like, once you pay them, like, it's gone. You're never going to get that money back. And it really sucks. Like, office jobs are the worst because of the people that run them. Like, there's always, like, someone that screws it over for everybody else. Banned for complaining. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. They said that he was being disingenuous about what he said. It's like, oh, this product didn't work for me. Oh, you're banned. Okay, the guy that was working on stuff has gone berserk, so he's gonna die. Yeah, he's dead. Tobal is dead. I don't know why that happens. They're supposed to build an artifact, but what seems to happen is they die. Probably gonna take a while before it's finished, though. Oh, okay. So, probably, I think he was asking for polished gems, and I don't have any polished gems. Like, I've already sold all the gems that I found. I was putting them on muscle shell crowns. Okay. I don't feel so bad then. Yeah, it's happened many times, so it's not that big of a deal. One angry dwarf is not that big of a deal. Like, oh, actually, this has gone down a lot. It used to be 94. So our happiness has gone down quite a bit. The Silvery Onions Tavern. Sounds nice. his teeth and his mangled corpse. What happened to him? Okay, no worries. It was cool talking to you, Max. I appreciate you subscribing and giving me some advice. I'll see you later. I'll be streaming tomorrow, but it'll be a different game. So I'll be streaming Dwarf Fortress again probably next Tuesday. So thanks again. See you later. Yeah, I'm thinking tomorrow I'm going to stream Neverwinter Nights, which should be fun. I haven't played it in a while, but I want to start the next campaign. Really excited to be doing that. I was thinking what I would do is, first what I will do is I'll buy some more bags of holding from the first campaign, and then I'll start the next campaign with a bunch of bags of holding. But you've watched a bit of that, Cindy. That was the game where what was I doing when you were watching? Like, you're looking down at your character run around, and there's all the sound effects, like opening doors and things like that are unique. Like, pretty sure Bro played that game before. The Dungeons and Dragons one, yeah. So the next campaign, you're supposed to start a new character, but I'm going to play my original character and just fly through it. Get him leveled up for the second, or not the second, the third campaign, which is super advanced. It was a Monday, so you must have been off. Yeah, it's cool. My favorite streamer is Zarek Zacharon. That's one of his favorite games of all time. So right now he's playing Baldur's Gate, which is made by some of the same people, Beamdog. But the thing about Dungeons and Dragons is they're owned by, it's called Wizards of the Coast, and they are bastards. They're pretty evil. They control the Dungeons and Dragons property, and like, you know, Dungeons and Dragons tabletop is with books and dice. Well, they basically ruined the tabletop game by first they made it too complicated, then they made it too simple. But you have to keep buying the new books, and all the books cost money. So what people do is they just scan their books into a PDF and torrent them online. So for like Dungeons and Dragons 5 edition, I had like 30 books in PDF, which is great. But it's just so complicated to get tabletop games going. Like, you need to have people that have done their homework. Like, I remember you, Bro, and we made some character sheets for Dungeons and Dragons, but we never got around to playing it because it just was too complicated to set up. Like, you need someone that really knows what they're doing to run the game. So that's why the video games are really good. Like, I like Neverwinter Nights. Yeah, we were started making something up, but we never got around to doing it because, like, like, if we had someone that knew how to run a campaign for us, then we could have played it, but I didn't want to take the time to learn how to do it myself. It just seemed too complicated. And like, in those days, I was way edgier. Like, I could probably come up with a campaign now. Like, I'd come up with some battles or something for us to do. But in those days, I couldn't do anything. Like, man, when I think about the way I used to feel, it's like, holy crap, how did I ever make it through those days? Just insane. Yeah, I had a friend whose mom would be a dungeon master for their games. And someone looked in a hole that was a hole in the wall, and they got bit by a poisonous snake and died, which I thought was kind of funny. That's kind of cruel to do that to a player. But yeah, like there's a lot of tabletop games like Warhammer. Like Warhammer, you use a measuring tape to be like, okay, I'm going to aim 16 inches across the board, and then you roll your dice for your attack and your damage. And you have to keep track of so many things, and with Warhammer, it's all the figures that you paint. And that costs a lot of money. Like, those figures are not cheap. Like, if I look up some Warhammer figures, how much they cost. Like a starter set from Amazon for $120. Oh my god. $900 for a set. Holy crap. $500. Yeah, like $1,000 for a Warhammer army. So, people started using 3D printers, but 3D printed models are not official, so people won't let you use them. Yeah, like you have to do like, I tried building a model once. It was a model tank, and I just did not like doing that. I do not like doing artsy stuff at all. Oh, that's cool. Making cases for dice. Yeah, that's neat. Yeah, like intricate stuff like that I'm not really a big fan of. Like I like simple stuff. That's why like a lot of the games I play are really simple. Like Fallout, it's super simple. Grab a gun, shoot people in the head, take their loot, rinse and repeat. You know, I can play games like that for a long time. But stuff like Neverwinter Nights and all that, it takes a lot of work to figure out what works and what doesn't work. And I haven't really changed the way I play games. I pretty much play games the same way as I always play them, which is to find something I can exploit and then just exploit the shit out of it. Like Neverwinter Nights, my character's a fighter. Fighter is like the most basic class in the game, but it's probably the best because you do a lot of combat. And stuff like wizards. Wizards are cool in theory, but you rely on resting. So if you can't rest in an area, you can't recharge your spells, which really sucks. So like, you could get through maybe half the game as a wizard, but for the last two chapters, it's impossible if you're a wizard. Because you can't really control your companions that well. They'll just kind of run in and attack the first guy that they see, and that'll be that. But if you play as the fighter, it's way better. But yeah, Wizards of the Coast, who controls Dungeons and Dragons, they also control Magic the Gathering, which is a trading card game. And they had a set of prototype cards that they accidentally sent to a guy. Like, he ordered some cards and they sent him prototype cards. So he's like, oh, cool, I'm going to show these off. So he showed them off on the internet. Wizards of the Coast found out, and they sent Pinkertons after him. And Pinkertons used to be a private detective agency in America. Well, now they're like corporate thugs. Like, if you're a corporation and you need... I'm a wizard, mind you. You hire Pinkertons, and they'll go, like, collect intelligence. They'll, like, spy on people. You know, they're like repo men. So apparently these guys busted his door down and threatened to kill him if he didn't give up the cards. I don't know how true that is. You know, you just hear these stories on the internet. But I believe it because, you know, it's like repo, right? You know, oh, I'm here to take your shit from you, and if you have anything to say about it, then we'll kick your ass. You know, that's what repo is. So, yeah, they frickin' jacked all his cards and took them back. So a pretty cruel thing to do, considering they were the ones at fault for sending the wrong thing. But what can you do? Can you summon demons, wizard? Did they ever get around to digging those stairs? Not yet, because everyone's busy engraving. This is the top priority right now. Yeah, I used to watch a repo show on TV. I think it was Spike TV, back when Spike TV used to be really good. Like, some of the stuff seems staged, but like repoing cars, right? You have to have the skill set of a criminal. Yeah, you'd think they just let him have it, but those cards are worth a lot of money. Like, let's see how much a set goes for. Not as much as Warhammer. Wow, so get this. Offer me loot, yeah. There's a card from Magic the Gathering. It's called the Black Lotus card, and it's sold for $3 million. Which is insane. And, like, Magic the Gathering will make all kinds of stuff. Like, I think they're making a Spider-Man card game. And, like, I never got into card games. Like, when Pokemon came out, I collected Pokemon cards because that's what everyone else did. You know, oh, Pokemon, wow, so cool. I need to collect cards. And I've seen some pretty rare cards. But it's just, like, the coveting of wealth is, it's just a silly thing. I've never really been into it. Like, there's stuff that I want. But, like, do I really need it? That's the thing. Like, the most important thing for me is my computer, because I do everything on my computer. I play games on it, I stream, I make videos, I go online. You know, a computer's a pretty big deal. But, like, I cheaped out on my computer. I didn't spend that much money. Like, I could have got a really big graphics card in it. But I don't need it, because most of my games run just fine on a mid-range card. I go to streams and people are talking about getting new graphics cards for, like... Yeah, can't take it with you, exactly. You know, as long as you're able to have fun. Like, if I didn't have a computer, I'd read books. Because what do I do on computers? I read. You know? Like, I like being engaged with something. That's why I like watching streams, because it's action. You see a game, and you see a person, and you read the chat. It's like a lot of stuff all at once. But, like, I have this book that I've barely read. Yeah, I'm on page 29 out of 400 pages. Like, I find books, I just get way too, whatever. Like, it's like too hard to focus on all these words, all these little words. But yeah, like, I'm not huge on wealth. Like, I've never liked jewelry. I've never liked fancy clothes. Like, the only time I ever splurged on clothes was when I bought boots. I bought Doc Martens. And I bought them because my brother had Doc Martens, so I wanted to be like my brother. So I bought these boots, and I wore them for maybe, like, 10 years before they wore out. But I stopped wearing boots because, I don't know, I just got back into shoes, and I'm happy to wear shoes because they're more comfortable. Like, I wouldn't mind getting some dress shirts, but the thing is, I'm too fat to wear that stuff right now. I need to lose some weight before I invest in clothes. Because right now, like, I can't fit in my dress shirt that I have. Like, when I think of how much I weighed at the wedding, um, my niece's weddings, like, I've gained weight since then. I'm like 200 pounds right now, which is a long way from the 140 I used to weigh. Like, your youngest, Cindy, put up the picture of the wedding, of your other daughter's wedding. And I'm looking at myself and I'm like, holy crap, man. Like, that's what I used to look like. That's kind of weird. Like, I remember that. And remember that day. I did not feel good that day. I can tell you what. Oh, man. Like, I can't really describe how different I feel now that I'm on the medication that I'm on. Like, I feel like a totally different person. I feel more like the way I used to before I started getting sick. Which is great because, you know, I'm enjoying my life. Like, even though I want to sleep most of the morning away, like, I still enjoy myself. I'm pretty happy these days. But, like, you know, doing YouTube as a hobby, you know, it's cool. I get to meet some people. Yeah, I wasn't even eating. Yeah, I know. But yeah. Yeah, back then I hardly ate. Like, I used to stress eat. We would go to parties and I would make myself sick from eating because I didn't want to talk to anybody or talk about anything. Now, like, I love talking. It's very relaxing. It was cool having Max on to talk about the game for a bit. But, like, I'll talk about anything. Like, you know, I'll talk to anybody. That's what I was known for at work. I was known for talking to anybody. And, like, that's a good thing. That's how I got promoted. Which, depending on your point of view, can be a good or a bad thing. Like, I enjoyed working at Tim Hortons. Like, making coffee for people and pouring coffee and giving them donuts and stuff like that. Like, I enjoyed doing that. I enjoyed interacting with those people. Because most of them were pretty chill. You know, I've been complimented on my coffee, which is nice. You know, I liked doing that sort of thing. I remember one day in the drive-thru, they're like, upsell espresso. So I kept on trying to sell espresso to people, and I'm like, hey, you know, if you like coffee, this will make your coffee taste even better. If you get a shot of espresso in it. So I sold a bunch of espresso. Like, I'd like to work at a Starbucks. I think that would be sweet. Because you don't have to worry about how fast you do stuff. People are okay with you taking your time. Like a barista, you know? I'd love to work at a coffee bar. Because I love coffee. Like, I used to drink coffee every now and then. But when I started working at Tim Hortons, I drank coffee every day. And I think if you're selling food of some kind, I think it's important that you try the product so you have a better understanding of what you're selling. So I drank coffee every day. What I would do is I would make a pot of coffee, then I would sell myself a cup of coffee, which eventually they said, oh, you can't do that anymore. So I was like, okay, whatever. But yeah, I would sell myself a cup of coffee. I'd taste test it and see if it was any good. And the coffee used to be really good because they used to brew them into glass pots. You know, that's the typical coffee, right? Brewed into a glass pot. And the thing about a glass pot is it has a wide mouth. And that allows oxygen to get into the coffee. And when things are exposed to oxygen, they oxidize. That's where rust comes from. Iron is exposed to oxygen. It creates rust. That's iron oxide. So coffee, when exposed to oxygen, it oxidizes. It enhances the flavor. And that's back when it used to be 20 minutes fresh. So you'd brew a pot of coffee, it was good for 20 minutes. So you had to keep on brewing fresh coffee. That's why they switched to the new brewers. The new brewer is a cylinder that you can brew up to 3 pots of coffee into, but it's not exposed to air, so it lasts longer, and it's not kept on a hot burner, which doesn't burn the coffee. But it doesn't taste as good. Like the coffee at Tim Hortons now, it's the same coffee, it's the same roast, but because the brewer is different, it tastes different. It's not as good. So, like, that's the thing. But they were throwing out way too much coffee before. Like, you would throw out, like, multiple pots of coffee a day because it sits on the burner, it burns the bottom of the pot, makes the rest of it taste bad. So I have a Keurig machine. And Keurig is convenient, but you have to shop around. Like, I used to drink Van Hoot coffee all the time. But then I found that the Costco coffee was just better. You get way more in a box, and it tastes better than Van Hoot. Yeah, I'm not surprised, Cindy, because what would happen is you'd brew a whole pot of decaf, and it would sit there for like 6 hours. Yeah, brew it one at a time. And it makes more sense that way, too, because, like, most people don't want decaf. Do you know if dark roast is done that way, too? Because dark roast was made the same way as the decaf. It was a thermal pot, and it would be good for an hour. Okay, we're in autumn now. I wonder what those brewers are like now. Oh, really? That sounds pretty tasty because I really enjoyed their espresso. I thought their espresso was great. As long as the machines were cleaned once a week, the espresso is really good. That's cool. Like, I've been thinking about going to a Tim Hortons just to try some of their stuff and see if I like it still. Like, I used to love the farmer's wraps. I used to love the ham and cheese sandwiches. Like, I liked a 4 cheese bagel with ham, and then you dip it in chicken noodle soup. I thought that was really good. The chili is also really good. But man, those boxes of chili, like you'd get a box, there'd be 4 bags to a box, and it weighed like 40 pounds. Well, maybe not 40 pounds, but it was pretty heavy. That's why I really like Starbucks, because like everything is made to order, and it's pretty good. Like the Starbucks coffee is not that great because it's roasted too much. I find it's kind of like burnt a bit, but they have stuff like cold brew coffee, which I really love cold brew coffee. Actually, at Walmart one time, I bought cold brew coffee, and it was sweeter than coffee with sugar in it. It's kind of amazing. Make it like an espresso. That's really cool. Water bean. North Carolina. I wonder if that's where we had the Circle K coffee. I can't remember where that was. That sounds really good. Because I know America is not known for their coffee. They kind of have a bad reputation for it because they tend to cheap out on it. Like, restaurants around here, you get a cup of coffee, it's okay. water bean. Yeah, I'm checking it out. Looks really cool. I bet you some of those places are really nice. Oh, so they must roast the coffee at the restaurant. Holy crap. Oh, you pray with a YouTuber in the morning? I didn't know that. Yeah, coffee roasting is an art. That's why, like, Keurig is convenient, and the Costco coffee is probably the best that I've had so far. But like I had a grinder to grind my own coffee, but it's hard to keep that machine clean. His name is Vlad. Okay. Interesting. Near-death experiences and supernatural encounters with God. That's really cool. NDE? What's NDE? Oh, I didn't really read that properly. It's like a lot of them. Okay. Man, I've never been close. Well, it depends on how you look at it. Like, I've never had a desire to harm myself, but I felt like my life was coming to an end at one point. And it's kind of a terrible thing to feel like there's no hope anymore. And I've hallucinated a lot of weird things. Like when I was in jail and my family was being marched in front of me into the jail, and they were taking their pictures. So they were one at a time. They'd stand in front of a wall and they'd take their picture and they'd say a number. And in my mind, the number was their kill count. It was how many people they had killed. And it's like my family has killed people. You know, it's just a weird thing. And my nieces and nephews were black. They had black skin, and they had like in the millions of kills. So they like marched them forward. They'd say a number, and then they'd march them into the jail. And I was just sitting there watching this happen in front of me, and it's like I saw these people that they didn't look like my family, but I recognized them as my family. It was really strange. And then at one point I was in another cell, and I looked into the cell I was standing in, and I saw myself, but I was black, which was weird. So, like, I've had a lot of weird experiences and weird dreams, but I settle for like like what do you call it? Coincidences, right? Like, we'll be watching something and I'll go to pause the video and it'll be like 24:24. It'll be like the same numbers twice. Or it'll be like 24:42 or 42:24. Like, I'll pause right as the numbers sync up. And I kind of look at that as like a happy little accident. You know, things that occur randomly, but they seem to have some sort of order to them. And like, I'm not religious, but I do believe in God, and I do believe in creation. Like, evolution is a great theory, but it doesn't make sense. Like, one thing doesn't normally change into something else. It just continues to be itself. Like, human beings haven't really changed that much in the thousands of years of history. Like, we're all pretty much the same. The only thing that changes is our environment. So the environments we live in shapes how our life is going to be. So if you're born in a place that's poverty, orderly, yeah, everything has an order to it, right? Like, even plants, right? Plants grow with enough room for other plants to grow around them, or for enough room to spread their offspring. So like, or like the food chain, right? You know, some things exist to be food for others, but then those things are eating something else, like herbivores, right? Like, we cannot process grass. Like, there's a lot of nutrition in grass, but we can't eat that grass and process it. We have to eat animals in order to get that nutrition. Like, they process it for us. And humans are more or less the caretakers of the world. Like, we're here to use it, but we have to take care of it too. Like, indigenous people built these I don't know what you call them, but like places where clams grow, the indigenous people would work the land, work the coast of this, like coast of rivers and coast of the ocean, and they make it so that clams and stuff like that can grow and reproduce, so they'd have a source of food. And with the forests, they would clear out the underbrush so that the trees that they harvest could grow strong. And they would burn the grass to give grazing fields for herbivorous animals. You know, like, people can live with nature in harmony. You know, a lot of people have done it before and can still do that. But like, the desire to, you know, grow and acquire more wealth, like, that's what the corrupting influence of the world is wealth and greed, right? Like, think of how much money people used to make back in the day. Like, in the early 1900s, you made cents for a wage. You didn't make dollars, you made cents. So things were, you know, pretty cheap. People were really poor, but they could afford the things they needed to buy. Like meat didn't, like a steak nowadays will cost you like $30 to $60. Back then it was like 25 cents for a steak. You know, you could eat reasonably well for a very low price. But the rise of corporations, right? That rose from the industrial age. That's what's, you know, kind of the issue. Like, corporations make so much money that they have a lot of power, right? And but if we didn't have corporations, we wouldn't have a lot of the services that we know today. Like video games. Some video games were made in a person's basement, like Total War. The first Total War game, the guy's office was in his mom's house. That was his office, was his mom's house. And he built this game and was able to sell it to a corporation, Sega. So once Sega picked it up, they had the resources to make their games. But then they lost creative control over it. So instead of making one good game, they've made a bunch of games, and they add a little bit to each game to make it seem like it's unique. But they're all pretty much the same game. Like, Total War Warhammer 3 is functionally the same game as Total War Shogun. And that game was made, like, over 20 years ago. It's still the same game. So it hasn't really changed. But it's a little more exciting than it used to be. That's why nobody makes games now. It costs too much money to make a game, so nobody really makes games. And they don't make games for consumers anymore. That's why they got rid of physical media. They make games for investors now. So they make video games for all, like, Elon Musks of the world, because those are the people with the money. Yeah, they're still working on that. That's why nothing else is happening. We're almost done engraving. Yeah, you know, you just have to look for stuff to believe in. Like, I think it's amazing how far we've come. You know, in history there used to be a lot of displacement of people. But people aren't... Well, that's not true. I mean, there are some places in the world where there's a lot of strife. But there are places people can go to now where they can be safe. Like Canada. You know, Canada is a place where a lot of people can come to and they can live the life that they want to live. And that's a good thing. You know, I was taught to embrace diversity. Like, I went to a school where it was the ESL school, the English as a Second Language school. So there's people from all over the world at my school. Different languages, different colors, different religions, all kinds of different people. And the one thing they all had in common was wherever they came from, there was too much conflict. So they came to Canada. And that's something we can be proud of. Like, we used to do peacekeeping, where we deploy our military and we prevent people from starting wars. And that's a pretty admirable thing to do. But we don't really do that anymore, as far as I know. I think the United Nations still does that. But, like, I can't think of any recent stuff. Oh. Like, it's kind of amazing what people can do. Like, bro. Like, he installs furnaces and air conditioning. And the way he's able to measure everything to the right length and the right size and get everything to fit together, like, I could not do that. You know, it's amazing watching him do that stuff. And he's been doing it for a long time. Like, he's basically been doing it since he was a kid. And I'm always impressed with what he can do. Like, making custom ductwork. Just does it all by hand. No machines, no nothing. just takes sheet metal and cuts it and bends it, and boom, you have ductwork. And it all fits together perfectly. And I'm glad he's had me help him with stuff, because I always enjoyed watching him. Like, I watched him even when I was a little kid. I remember being super young. Yeah, he just gets a picture in his head, and he, you know, makes a little picture, a little doodle, and then boom, he just puts it all together. Like your youngest's house, the water boiler thing that he set up, like on the wall. There's like all the pipes and all the valves and all this stuff set up on the wall, and it's like, holy crap! Like it's a precision instrument, and like it all just goes together. And it's kind of amazing that you can make something like that. Because it's like, it's the water heater for the whole house, and the water heater heats the air too, which is really cool. Like, they don't have a furnace. They have a water heating system, and runs these hot pipes of water, these hot tubes of water, and that's what heats the air. It's not gas. Well, like, there's gas to heat the water, but the air isn't heated by gas, which is interesting. Or like our place, you know, he set up the, what do you call it, the heat pump and the air handler. But man, like the one house we went to, we went into their basement, and their house was supported by wood logs, and I mean like trees. Like they still had the bark on it. These like logs with bark, and that's what supported the whole house. It was kind of crazy that something that old was still around. Like, you'd think wood would rot, but as long as it stays dry, it doesn't rot. I wonder if those millstones were made. No, they still haven't made them yet. Oh wait, no, they made some. Okay, let's put the tombstone down. I think so. I'm not 100% sure. It was out in the middle of frickin' nowhere, I'll tell you what. It was way out in the middle of nowhere. Oh man. Yeah, he really gets around. I feel bad for him that he has to drive so much. But I mean, that's his job, right? Geez, I remember going out with him as a kid, delivering film. That was like 30 years ago, which is freaking insane. And going to Tim Hortons, you know, some of those things that have been around forever, you know, it's just insane that Tim Hortons has been around for so long that, like, I remember going as a kid. But, like, everything used to be way better. Like, they used to make the donuts fresh and fry them in a vat of fat. Now everything is made at a factory, and it's frozen. It's basically just heated up. It doesn't taste as good. Like, I remember how it used to taste, and it was pretty darn good. It's like pizza. Like, there used to be a lot of really good pizza places around here, but people have started cheaping out on pizza. Like, the dough. A lot of people use water dough now, which is easier to make and cheaper to make. You don't have to use yeast, but it doesn't taste as good. So I've been to some places and they make pizza and the toppings taste good, but the dough is just not the same. I'm gonna go grab drink. Oh, so Cindy, I don't know if you know this, but you know Cheers and Welland, like that place has been around for like 40 years. The guy sold his restaurant, gave it up to another person. So like Howard and I went there and had their tacos, which were really good, but they've since sold it. The cook doesn't work there anymore, which is kind of a shame because that food was really good. And there's a place I used to like going to. It was called Mystic Jack's. Had like the best pizza and pizza subs. I don't think so. I don't remember seeing Trudeau painted on it, but I could be mistaken. I don't remember seeing that. I might be a different place. But yeah, the guy wanted to retire, so he sold it, and he gave them his recipes. But if it's not the same cook, it's not the same. I watched a video on how the guy made his fish and chips using like only the I forget what part of the fish it was, but oh, he only used certain parts of the fish, like the good parts of the fish, and had a special recipe for the batter. So like I was gonna take mom and bro to eat there, and I looked it up, and yeah, Blue Star. I'll try to look that up. I don't know. I can't think of anyone that people like less than Justin Trudeau. kind of sad. You know, everyone had so much hope for him when he first got in. But, you know, he's a politician, so it doesn't take much to piss people off when you're a politician. Almost done the engraving. That was a lot of work. So once we're done with at least the engraving, we'll probably be able to get stuff going. Okay. Looks like this millstone is done. Mill plants. I don't know if I have any. I'm not even sure what I can throw in that thing. Dwarf Fortress is a pretty cool game. It seems to get a lot of attention too. Like, I'm gonna see if I can check how many reaches I've got with this. Doesn't say yet. But yeah, like, we're at 29 views, which is pretty good for a stream. Like, my Mass Effect stream had, I think, 3 views. But it's a fun game to watch, because, like, you just kind of set it up and you let it go. Like, we're probably going to have to cull some animals soon. I don't want to butcher the cats and dogs, because that sounds kind of cruel, but we might have to slay some donkeys and yaks soon. Like water buffaloes. The dogs and cats are pretty useful. Like, when we get attacked, the dogs can go fight, and the cats catch rats. Because, like, when I first started this fort, occasionally you'd see a rat corpse hanging around. I think the rats will make your food spoil. So having the cats going around looking for rats keeps your stuff from spoiling, which is cool. But they reproduce really quickly. And every time a new migration of people showed up, there would be they'd bring animals with them. So, like, I didn't even buy these animals. Like, they all just showed up with them, and they all started reproducing with each other, and we ended up with a huge stack of them. So, like, this pasture right now, they're kind of burning through the grass. We'll have to move them back to another pasture soon, because otherwise they'll start starving to death. Occasionally the animals fight each other, which is the reason for this blood. There's troglodyte blood there. I don't know how that got there. There's dog blood. It's a glitch. Sometimes the blood will just show up. Like Ustaf Boltwhip's dwarf blood. I don't know why that's still there. That guy died years ago. It's just interesting. Barley goo, making barley. Raspberry bushes. Blueberry bushes. So we have lots of food. We don't really need the meat from the animals, but it's good to have. So now I have this windmill. Mill plants. See if they can do that. Okay, there's no plants. What about mashing plants into a slurry? It looks like they're doing that. I don't know what purpose it serves, but it's there. Emu skeleton. Yeah, I don't even know where the stuff comes from. Okay, we're just about done the engraving. Just this little corner down here left to do. Okay, it looks like they're going to start working on the stairs. Our drinks are going way up from that after that gather order. There is a ton of stuff here. All these seeds. If I check our stock of seeds, we have 2,000 seeds. Broad beans. I don't know where the beans came from. Happiness is going down. I'm not sure why. Uh-oh. Forgotten beast Conivo Hapless Male of the gigantic eyeless grebe. It has large mandibles and has a bloated body. Its auburn feathers are long and narrow. Beware its noxious secretions. Okay, where is that? In a pause. It's underground. Okay, we'll have to keep an eye on it. Is it coming after us? It looks like it's coming over to where our little fort is. If it does attack us, we should have enough force to fight it off. Oh, he's going after the troglodytes. Devouring its corpse. It has good memory, but it has meager kinesthetic sense, a questionable spatial sense, a poor ability to manage or understand social relationships, and lousy intuitions. It finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. It desires little for itself in the way of possessions. It likes a little excitement now and then. It is pleased by its own appearance and talents. It isn't particularly curious about the world. It generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. It does not go out of its way to help others. It enjoys the company of others. It tends not to reveal personal information. It tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. It is slow to trust others. It lives a fast-paced life. It does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. It prefers to present itself modestly. It tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. Slaughtered the troglodytes. The troglodytes didn't even try to get away. Well, as long as it doesn't come after us, there's nothing to worry about. Just chilling. Okay, well, if it's just gonna chill there, I'm not too worried about it. Okay. Is that furniture built yet? Not quite. Okay, it's mid-autumn. Put out another gather order. No, there's nothing. Summer seems to be the best time to gather stuff. There's vomit everywhere. I don't know what that's from. Oh. Looks like there is a bit of stuff. This monster looks like it's not going anywhere near us, which is good. Probably wouldn't be too hard to kill. Oh, it's going after more troglodytes. Okay, the other one, the last one ran away finally. Sometimes these underground caverns can be full of monsters, like Batmen. Batmen are tough because they fly, so they can fly over walls and they can fly up your ladders and stuff like that. Excuse me. Okay, they dug the stairs. Okay, let's... Oh, excuse me. Oh, man. Did enjoy watching the Diablo stream. I never played Diablo 1 or 2, which are apparently the best ones. I played Diablo 3. But he was playing co-op, which looked like a lot of fun. You're fried? Yeah. I bet, like, working in a warehouse office, like, there's not much action. And then you have to go to your other job tonight, too. I feel bad for you. I mean, it'll be nice getting to watch your grandkids, though. For me, like, watching kids wears me out. That's why I don't really like doing it. It just wears me out. Being responsible for them. Like, once they hit a certain age, they can kind of take care of themselves. But when they're young, you have to keep an eye on them the whole time. But, I mean, your youngest kids, they're pretty easy to watch. Like, Fred is just... Like, he doesn't touch stuff. Like, I don't have... Like, I can leave my computer out, and he doesn't touch it. Like, only one time did he ever do anything with it. I took it downstairs, and he never touched it again. So it's not like you have to police everything he does. Which is great. But, like, Adam loves looking after the kids. Like, he loves playing with the baby and feeding the baby and carrying it around and stuff like that. Which is cool. I mean, sometimes when he plays games, he gets a little bit crazy, but not all the time. How much more time do you have left, Cindy? That's not bad. Yeah, same time as usual. Okay. How late do you work at Wally for? Wow, man. I don't know how you do it. Holy cow. I couldn't. Like, 8 hour shift and I'm done. I don't even think I could work 8 hours anymore. I couldn't do what you do, especially with the driving. Like, that's the thing that would freak me out the most is driving. Are you still taking your sign language course? That's cool. I wouldn't have the memory to learn another language, but it's cool that you're doing that. I remember there used to be a bunch of language impaired people that would come to Tim Hortons, and I could figure out what they wanted, but yeah, they'd just sit there and they'd look at each other, and it looked like they were having a lot of fun, which was cool. Like, a lot of people would use our Tim Hortons as a place to hang out. And like the other one I worked at, you'd get these old guys with their fancy cars, and they'd all roll into the parking lot and come talk shop in the Tim Hortons. Like you'd think with two so close together, there'd be some overlap, but they are very different. Like like one was only like 5 minutes away from the other, but it was like totally different stores, night and day. Like the one I worked at, they took all the good staff from that store and they put them at the other store because it was by the highway, so it was the important store. And they left all the crappy kids where I worked. So they were like high school kids. They'd be attached to their phones. Pump helmets, that's all I need. A need for armor and battle axes is expected. No big deal. Wonder why the dwarfs are getting grumpy. Like this green used to be at like 90. It's all dropped down, but I'm not really sure why they are upset. So Cindy, when you learned French, did you learn French after school or did you learn French in high school? Oh wait, sounds like Mom is back, so I gotta get the groceries. Oh, I see. Nice. I took French until grade 11, and it was a mistake because I didn't retain any of it. It was a waste of time. I just had no desire to really use it, even though I went to France. But, France was okay, but I liked Italy way better. I thought everyone was a lot nicer in Italy. But we didn't go to, like, the real rough areas. Like, Rome is pretty touristy, so everyone's on their best behavior. But Paris is, like, got beggars and con artists all over the place. It's kind of ridiculous. But I didn't even have to use my French because most of the people spoke English. Like, we went to a Subway, and I tried to place my order in French, and the girl had said in perfect English, "Oh, you can speak English." So I guess what they do is they get people from, like, America or Canada to go work in the international branches, and they speak English, but they probably speak the local language too. French in action? Yeah, I probably would teach you, like, more conversational French. Because that's why I had a hard time. It was like learning grammar and stuff like that, and I just suck at that stuff. I'm not very good at it, which is fine. So, Mama's back from her adventures. She went to Costco in Stony Creek, and she said that she got a sundae, and the sundae was like this big, like that. And Lori Smith got a cone that was like this. It was like ridiculously huge. And for the two of them, it cost them only $7, which is a really good deal. Because normally you'd spend like $10 and get less than that. I remember when our Costco used to have the ice cream. Mom would take me to the dentist, and then she'd take me to Costco for ice cream. But we're having pizza for supper, which is great. It's this pizza called Motor City Pizza. It's kind of like a deep dish double pepperoni pizza. It's pepperoni slices with pepperoni chunks. Really good stuff. So we're eating that for dinner today, which is good. Like, it's cheaper than store-bought pizza, like from a pizza place. So it's pretty good. Okay, it's coming up to our fort. Okay, it didn't try coming up the stairs. Great. Yeah, I remember. Do you remember Camiso's? When we were living on the farm, Mom would go to Camiso's, or we'd go to Camiso's, and you'd get a pizza kit. It came with like a pizza thing, like a dough, not like it was already cooked dough, sauce and pepperoni, and you'd just make your own pizza, which was great. Yeah, Walmart has a lot of good stuff. Yeah, you remember them? Yeah. I remember Mom or what about air popper popcorn? Popping the kernels with the air popper and melting butter on the stove. That was some of the best popcorn. Oh, nice. Yeah, we have one too, but we don't really eat that kind of stuff anymore. Oh, nice. Is a red one? That's cool. His apartment kitchen was red. Was that when he was in university? This is the edge of the map. Oh wow, I didn't realize that. I haven't been to their place in a while. I don't really remember. I think the last time I went was before I was medicated, so I don't really remember. Oh, I didn't realize that. Geez, I remember him being just a little guy. I mean, he's not much younger than me, but I remember when he used to come with us to my dad's place, and he used to call my dad Dad. Yeah, holy crap. It's crazy watching somebody grow up. Like you growing up yourself, you kind of take for granted, but watching someone else grow up and like get married and have kids, like that's a crazy experience. It just feels more real when you're watching someone else do it. I mean, I've never been that ambitious. Like the most ambitious I've ever been was with this channel. You know, when I was doing it 6 days a week, I was really excited to be doing it. But you know, the same thing that always happens to me happens with this. It's like I get to a point where I start getting kind of overwhelmed, and then I have to take a step back because this is really tiring to do. Like I'm not like my favorite streamer. Like he can stream for like 11 hours and never run out of things to say, and I'm just not like that. But I mean, I got a new subscriber today, so it wasn't a waste of time. It was cool talking to Max, and you know, it just makes me realize, you know, this is why I'm doing it. I'm not doing it to get famous. I'm doing it to meet people. You know, if I do become famous, that's cool. But I don't really see it being that way because I'm not like I'm not a dramatic person. I've been dramatic, but I'm not a dramatic person now. And it's just you know, just take it a day at a time. You know, I'm looking forward to playing Neverwinter Nights tomorrow. I just have to find games that I enjoy to play and play those. And this is fun, but it's like I'm kind of at my wit's end with it. I'm not really sure what else to do with this game. You know, I have to do some homework on it basically. And yeah, it's just, you know. Oh, is this gold? Yes, we found gold. If I could do this as a job, that would be sweet. Cause like I don't need to make a lot of money. Like if I could make 500 bucks a month, that would be enough, I think. Cause like I don't know how much apartments around here cost. They're not cheap, I can tell you that much. But like I wouldn't want to live in someone else's house. Yeah, like 2,000. Yeah, there's not much. Like, I don't know. What do I even need money for? Like, if I'm not buying drugs, I don't really need money. Like, the only thing I really care to buy is food. Uh, like, I think about what I would do if I was in my own place, and I'd probably just be doing a whole lot of this. But while I'm at home, I enjoy spending time with my family. Like, if I like, my favorite time of the day is 7 o'clock when Mom, Adam, and I watch TV. We're watching some good stuff like Mayor of Kingstown is a pretty good show. It's about a fam like it's a town, Kingstown, and it's a prison town. Like their business is prisons. They have like 7 prisons in a small area. And the first season was filmed in Hamilton, which is cool. You can a lot of the overview shots and a lot of the like they take shots of the bridge, the Burlington Bridge, and stuff like that. And like some of the parks are the same, like we recognize them. And then we're also watching The White Lotus, which is about a resort called the White Lotus. And the first season was in Hawaii, the second season was in Italy, and the third season's in Thailand. And it's like a character study. It's HBO, and it's all about the characters. Like it's about relationships, like people with different kinds of marriages, people hooking up, people doing debaucherous things. It's very interesting, like watching them act it out. And the last season was kind of crazy because one of the characters died in a kind of brutal way, and then we watched Psych. So we watched Kingstown and White Lotus get all amped up, and then we watched Psych as the palate cleanser because that's usually pretty funny. Because like their acting is just so ridiculous that it's always entertaining. And it's kind of funny because those roles kind of ruin their careers because like once you play a certain character for a long time, people never see you as anything different. Like it's kind of hard to break out of that. And they did it for what, 8 years. So, it's just interesting. Like if there's a movie to watch, we'll watch a movie. Just depends on what's out. Like the last movie we watched was Doom something or other. It was a direct to DVD movie. Cost us $5 to rent on Prime, but it was kind of good in a bad way. It was bad acting, bad effects, but it was fun to watch. And it has nothing to do with the first Doom movie, which had The Rock and Carl Urban. Like that was a pretty funny movie. Probably one of my favorite shows to watch was Twin Peaks. We watched one of David Lynch's movies, Mulholland Drive, and it's like you watch the movie, and by the time you get to the end, you're kind of like, what did I just watch? I have no freaking clue what's going on. It's absolutely bizarre. But it's entertaining because there's not a lot of movies like it. It's like you see the end at the beginning, and then it's like one character's story is fake and another character's story is real. So you're watching a fake story with all this weird stuff, and then you get the real story at the end, and you're like, oh, okay, so that's what the movie is about. Kind of like insane. But I liked Twin Peaks and I liked Dune. I liked his version of Dune. I thought it was pretty good. There's an extended version of David Lynch's Dune, which is way better. It has extra scenes and a 30-minute introduction to the story, because like it's a book, right? Dune is a book series. So a lot of people that have read the books will watch the movies and they're like, "Oh, this is terrible." But I think anytime you try to adapt the book into a movie, it's gonna be bad, because books have so much more information, and you use your imagination to kind of figure out what things look like, and that's more interesting. Like when I read Harry Potter, I had a lot of fun trying to imagine what everything looked like. And it's not that the Harry Potter movies are bad, it's just it's not as interesting as my headcanon. And that's the way a lot of people are, like, especially with games. You know, like you read a book like The Witcher, which is a great book. Well, there's two series. There's the short stories, which is good, and then there's the main story, which is mostly about Ciri. And that's okay. It's not as good. Like, short stories are kind of nice because they don't get caught up in the lore. They just tell a story and that's that. Like, that's why, like, Game of Thrones is so freaking bloated. Like, George R.R. Martin made probably one of the most bloated stories ever written. And people say it's awesome. Well, I think it's kind of shit. Like, I've read all 7 books, and I think it's shit. It's just full of pointless nonsense. And when you watch the show, it's more or less the same thing. Like, they didn't know how to adapt the book into a show, so they just kind of made up their own thing, which is to have people stand there and stare at each other and act all dramatic. And it's like, okay, is this supposed to be good? And he never finished the story because they wanted to make season 8, and season 8 was the worst season of all. And he's like, fuck it, I'm not writing the book. I'm not gonna bother with that shit now. Like, they ruined it. But I think he's the one that ruined it. I don't think Game of Thrones was that great of a story to begin with, compared to other stuff like Stephen King's books, the Dark Tower. That was a fantastic series, probably one of the longest stories ever written. It's like 4,000 pages over 7 books, and I thought that was a fantastic series. And it just, the way it ends, it's like, what the fuck? You know, it just kind of throws you for a loop. And that's Stephen King. Like, his stuff is pretty good. There usually is a point to it. But, like, Stephen King movies are kind of cheesy. Like, adapting a book into a movie, it's like making it dumber, in a way. Like, books are just way more complicated because you have to use your imagination. That's why I like games. Like, I have a book to read. I read like 20 pages and I was like, I can't read this anymore. It's too hard to focus on it. That's why I like video games, because video games, like, they're their only thing. Like, it's interactive, right? I haven't seen either of those movies. They're supposed to be good, but I have never seen them. Oh, Cujo freaked me out. That was a scary movie for me when I was young. Yeah. Maximum Overdrive. Is that the one with the truck? The sentient truck? Yeah. Emilio Estevez. Holy cow. Yeah, the thing that's interesting about those movies is they don't explain themselves. Like, I just learned what this term meant, but a MacGuffin. A MacGuffin is something that is about the story. Because of a comment. Yeah. Okay. That's funny. Yeah, the MacGuffin is like the thing that gives the story its flavor, but it has no real meaning. So I guess the comet would be the MacGuffin of that movie. Like, it's just to give the story a meaning, which is interesting. Like, when I hang out on video game streams, people love to talk about the point of stories and the point of games and all that. And, you know, the point of a game is to make money at its basic root. Like, people don't make games... Well, some people do. They make games for free. But most people make games because they want to make money so they can make more games. So this is why, like, Elder Scrolls has gotten simpler. Like Skyrim. Skyrim is super simple. And if you make the right kind of character, you can play it for a long time. Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be even simpler. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they just got rid of skills entirely and made it all about perks that you get. You get perk points when you do certain things, and then you level up your perks, and that's how you advance your character. Like, it makes sense that they would do that, because they, like, the simpler a game is, the more people will play it. That's why Skyrim's been out for like almost it'll be 15 years next year that it's been out, and it's been re-released five times. But it's literally the same bloody game as when it first came out. It's kind of crazy. But it's sold like millions of copies, and other games that come out like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, like, they're cool games, but they will not outsell Skyrim. They just won't. There's no way. Like, if I look that up, how many copies has Skyrim sold? It's probably like over 10 million. Over 60 million copies in 14 years. That's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Like, we're talking about a video game. You know, like movies, it's all about how much money they make. Video games, it's about how many copies they sell. Because a lot of those people got those games on sale. But if you were to say, like, let's multiply that. We'll say the average price for Skyrim is $40. Multiply it by 60 million. That's $2.4 billion. Approximately. Like, you can get Skyrim on sale for pretty cheap. Like, I've stopped buying games at full price. Like, if a new game comes out, I'm probably not going to buy it until it becomes cheap. Unless it's Elder Scrolls. Like, if Elder Scrolls 6 comes out next year, I'll spend $100 on that. You know, because I want to play the new one. Or if the new Fallout comes out, or the new Mass Effect, you know. Like, I want to play that game right away. But, like, Stalker 2 came out. And Stalker is okay, but they're kind of punishing games to play. They have a sort of pseudo-realism that's kind of difficult to deal with. And I'm just not, like, a huge fan of it. Like, I have a Stalker playthrough ongoing right now, and I just haven't felt like playing it because it's just, I'm just going to have to do a bunch of boring stuff that I don't want to do. They kind of, like, make you do crap that's punishing. Like, I have to recruit guys into my team, and then I have to get a suit, and it's like, well, I have no money, so how am I going to get the suit? I'm going to have to cheat or use a guide to figure out what to do. That's no big deal. I'm kind of excited to have some pizza today. We haven't had pizza in a while. Like, Mom's been sick, so she hasn't really gone to Costco in a long time. But today was kind of good that they went. Because pizza is probably my favorite food. That's why I'm pretty strict about it. Like, I've had pizza at restaurants and it's good, but, like, it's just not as good as when I was younger. Like, there's a pizza joint on every corner, basically. And some of the best ones are, you know, in other cities. But it's like with the burgers, right? You know, we talked about fast food burgers, and sometimes the best thing to do is just make it yourself. Like, I wouldn't want to make my own pizza. You gotta shut down. All right, sweet. Well, then I'll wrap things up. I'm glad we were able to hang out for half of your shift. It kind of gave you something to listen to, and we had some good conversations today. So yeah, it was fun. Yeah, no problem. Thank you. I mean, you watching it helps my channel grow, so that's great. And thank you for the other people that showed up to watch, and Max for chatting and subscribing today. Appreciate you. I'll probably keep Dwarf Fortress on the menu, but I'll either start a new fort or I'll do adventure mode. Probably I'll do adventure mode next week. Try that out, see how it goes. Yeah. So anyway, good luck with your other job, and hope to see you again sometime soon. Love ya. Alright, and that's it for the stream today. I'll be back again tomorrow with Neverwinter Nights, Shadows of Undertide, and yeah, we do more games. Alright folks, that's it. Thanks for watching.